That will bring us to the next main chapter, which where we felt the independent policies that we directed to deal with these matters from the paragraph 27. Can I request you to take the commissioners from paragraph 27 to paragraph 23 in the best manner you will be appropriate, whether it is to summarize or read what's stated there or move summarize.
Obviously, this matter is now being investigated by Colonel Rasmus and a lot of evidence from the regional consulate. The Chief Police Commissioner of the Air is already submitted, and he was already back at work there. So I was only actually from the 1st of February. And he submitted a request in the last year portion that we had at that stage to provide new stuff towards the additional employer relations so that the request for really not one else might be suspended because it's still only the field of all the evidence that is and then in the beginning of March, the Chief of the Air started to be where he had a meeting with IPID and the executive director of IPID, Jennifer Madlanga, and there was a meeting set up between IPID and us in a Riverwood police station ballroom in Florida on the 6th of March, which we then attended that meeting, obviously from IPID and instruction from our chief of police. But I mean, we traveled together, Colonel Rasmus and myself, with my private vehicle, with the government of this president and IPID. And we then met with IPID, and people present at that meeting were, as I stated already, the executive director, Commissioner of the Air, Colonel Rasmus and I. But from IPID himself, they were a senior investigator, Lady named Madlanga, and then also an investigator named Madlanga. And we then, in this meeting, from our side, we struck a matter with them. Because in terms of the IPID Act at that stage, there's a section where all ground people, where policemen involved ground people to IPID. But the Act was at that stage still reading that the government of these services must report ground to them. It excluded in the Act itself treatment for these services. But because of this anomaly, all the military services of the country has signed a MOU with IPID to say that we abide by the same Act until the Act is amended. We just actually have a list. The Act started to be amended, including services now as well. In that matter. It's just overstating legislation for the period, but they were able to MOU that we will comply in the same manner, in the same Act as the Act is. So we then obviously try to report to IPID and say, yes, it's serious matter.
and table. And then your second column is made a case, and this is where you identify the case. The third column is the details regarding the task number and of which that case is registered. Then you provide the place. I take it the place is where the crime supposedly occurred. And then lastly is the registration in the last column. So I would follow the similar format where you identify the case with its task number, where it happened, and then you highlight what is set out in the other description.
On this is as I listed here, it's not anymore in the order as it was presented on our website. So this is made as a living list in the sense that right up to now, every time I get anything new from any information, I just add to that and say, this is new. One of the cases I only what I do is false private, but I'll do that when I cross information. The very first case that I mentioned was a incident that took place in Pretoria. It's a truck under all three cases. The case number is a criminal offense was set up. The case number is PCs of 2023, and it's a criminal case and IPID obviously investigating this. Mr. Madlanga happened on the phone in medical scene in Pretoria. These officers arrived at the scene 11 o'clock in the evening, and they contacted their supervisor who arranged to drive for their only after this one. So during the whole night they kept the truck and the owner very similar to close to kidnapping, but they kept him in detention, which they're not allowed to do. They were stationary with the truck and not allowed him to get the truck. The next morning they actually, the driver arrived that they arranged. They took the truck and they drove off the clock with the pretense that the truck is not licensed and doesn't have papers and they're going to move down the truck. And they follow a route my obviously I know the area very well, but if you look on that around the home, there's from the clock you go past the police station and then you carry on with that and eventually get to the N12. Just off the N12 is the police hearing down. So you can either use down the equipment lane, or you can use down the vehicle down, the vehicle they're doing down. So they kept on driving past onto the N12 all the way towards the police. The owner of this truck, and this is what Madlanga points out, the owner of this truck is following him in the dash cam all the way to the Louis. At the Louis, the officers switch on their blue light sirens, and they push the 2-hour traffic through the Louis, and the truck owner got stuck behind the blue and followed him through the Louis. And obviously lost it. Then so that happened 11 o'clock the previous night to 8 o'clock the next morning, and then the truck is now gone. The very next day at 4 o'clock in the morning, the horse of this truck is handed in a Volkswagen EMEB down, found by a specific officer, recovered as a stolen recovered vehicle. The truck is driven from the claim itself, what I can read from that is that in the claim is that your precious stones, and that's stage why I only know that diamond is precious stone, but this is superlight, which looks like deadly rocks to me, but it's apparently a very expensive precious stone as well. And the owner of these rocks, or precious stones, was, what I understand, was in the process of exporting down the country, and you already had approval for that. And then our officers arrived at scene uniform. What they did was, they went before that to the African Police Service police station in the area. They signed on in the stacks only, and then from there, they took stacks forms, yellow form of how it has been disposed of, that have been put down. They took that, go to this person, and then took the stones away from him as if it had been his additional precious stones that by all may not be, and they're going to be done. So they took this away from him. And then they gave him this form to say that, yes, your receipt to prove that he did the work. And he, when he went to complain to the police doesn't know about it at all. And then eventually, the matter was escalated before the trial. And when I saw his CCTV photos and video, they immediately could see the same officers that is from the IPID, and they knew him in that manner. And that case has criminally also not been resolved that I know of at all. And the civil claims side is that I just know that it's been handed over to the civil manager, and then it will be hard. Thereafter, I don't know what happened.
Now, do you know if any arrest was also remember the name in this chapter?
No arrest was remembered that I know of. There were at the scene itself in the photos, there were civilians, or a civilian, that later on that civilian is mentioned more and more because he's a civilian that he works and operates as a citizen police officer with them the whole time. But there was no arrest that I know of. Not for this matter so far. There is one matter really, the very next one. But for these matters, nothing has been done yet.
And lastly, do you know whether or not it's a register where I have or do not know? Any
For
problem?
my knowledge, two matters never been tried.
Could you let explanation of the appeal of the court, which is the case of the appeal of the Pretoria Court, the court of second appeal, the court of
run the regression, it's going to say that any moment now, because we already have a lot of information that we don't need what is in the database. And that's why IPID didn't want to give us really physical information or any feedback to us. They were investigating the results, which we didn't have to obviously expect because they are the investigating officers in information.
That then brings us to the third measure on the table. We did that. And once again, we did see whether or not they did arrest and appearances of course and the like, because they determined whether or not we did still that.
Commissioners, if I can just make sure that they were arrested, they did appear, they were out on bail. The case came many times, but process is illegal, then it is an arrest. If I act outside my scope of mandate and my powers and my functions, the member of the public will think he's being arrested, but I actually think that the law, because I'm acting illegally. Then it's not arrested. So when we speak between us, it was because he was illegally arrested. There was no reason to arrest him. Then taken from his store, or his house,
Kunnen we gewoon breken? En dit zo los. Dit was 1154. Dan kon ik er nog iets op letten. Dus ik ga het hier isoleren. Nou, die ander ene wat dit eers nie afgestaan het, was hy gesê, hy sê, hy sê geniet. Okay?
Just entry intend cover. Sorry, if I just thought that clearly could, as part of the intend cover. Commissioner Madlanga, at this point, well, what can you make out?
But it is not an official ship, it's not one of the states on the not issued by the stores of the airport.
That then leads us to video feed.
Senza da via, lì, sotto
That's also
scheme like that. I'm not now clear on the way that's coming.
other concern, the video important that was concerned, you said you had them over to IPID, especially to whose decision you can get over and when?
Immediately after we began the opposition, it was handed over to investigative Madlanga, but it was also at a later stage copied, but it was copied, I think it's in the link to Masuku as well.
No, you said immediately after you came into possession. Let's backtrack. When did you come into possession?
I don't know the exact, it's in my email. I'll take my time and I can look at my email, the exact date I received it, and then I will keep it correct.
That's the reason they say there is no record of the information. Now, if it contains the copy, so if you copy our new terms, it is no record. Only the idea and I think you know what happens.
Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, just to add that if we do a legal operation, any property of goods that is confiscated by us will be found. If it's criminal related, those property is immediately handed over to the steps and immediately to the SMEs that will be found as part of the crime. So whatever the legal operation will be found, we will hand over to the steps and we will watch the steps because they are the issues. But we don't have a endowment of copper or anything like that. The only time that we will endowment is just in our Bibles, which is through disposition or which is the Bible.
And officers such as we see on the videos with those network, would they have the authority to count or would you have to do certain people?
They wouldn't have the power to do that. If it is a genuine crime and you catch someone, let's say there was a vehicle found with copper on the back of the vehicle and you run all the girls around the vehicle, the moment I find the vehicle, I will actually down it and arrest him. And then I'll take the arrest person who steps the vehicle and I'll hand it over to the steps and will be recorded in the area because it is part of the evidence of a crime. Those property will not come through my boundaries. Through my boundaries will only be violent related which was through boundaries were confiscated in terms of my violence. Even stolen vehicles. If I discover and found the stolen vehicle back, even after hours will come into my car. But because that's found will be closed at night. But the moment the found over the next morning the stolen vehicle, we will shift the stolen vehicle over to the search down so that it can be found. Any crime related evidence is handed over to search and be found.
And just to sort you earlier, you know, very much you had an engagement with Commissioner Kumar, who I think indicated that best without the position of the agency. Do you know under which jurisdiction or whose jurisdiction you fall?
The municipal area is
And you undertook to look through your WhatsApp messages to determine when you had received the clips and when you handed them over to IPID. You confirmed that you now have that. So perhaps if you could just work us through that detail, you will then provide us with those WhatsApp messages and the details, and we will factor them into your statement at the relevant portion.
Thank you, Commissioners. Jaco Hanekom sent me the original video clips, which I saw here, on 14 August 2022 via email. We had a meeting the day before, and he then sent me these video clips on 14 August 2022. On the 6th of March, we had a meeting with IPID where we were instructed to submit to them all evidence and anything that we have on our side related to this group of officers. And on the 7th of March, I've sent these video clips plus all the emails from Jaco Hanekom. I forwarded to Nomsa at IPID itself, Nomsa Masuku. I forwarded it to her via email. It was discussed the previous afternoon as well in the meeting with IPID, and that's why I said I will forward all the information I have received as well, which was forwarded then the next morning on the 7th of March.
And you indicated that thereafter you still informed IPID of the killing of your informant, Mr.
Correct.
Hanekom. Yeah.
Correct, Commissioner. On the 17th of March, Mr. Hanekom was killed the afternoon, approximately 12 o'clock. At 12:43, I've sent an email to Nomsa to say to her that the informant, have you seen that the informant has just been killed? And she answered me back via email later that evening to say that, yes, it's hard sore because she was in court the whole day, but she's also know that it happened and it took place. So it's 2023, 17 March.
Just to be precise, your communication with Nomsa regarding the assassination of Hanekom, was your communication by WhatsApp or email?
The 17 March was via email to Nomsa.
Okay. And you undertake to provide us then with the screen grabs of both the WhatsApp chats with Hanekom and subsequently Investigator Magagula, and then the emails with Nomsa.
Correct, Commissioners.
I shall. Let's turn then to page 14 of your statement. That is the next matter you deal with, and that you have headed copper plates.
The copper plates case, I don't have a lot of information. It was just mentioned, and then I was called in by the acting Brakpan station commander, who informed me that this incident took place. It was where trucks with a manned tow truck and was on the R22 with a trailer, and it was close to the Carnival Mall. The people involved on the incident itself, when they actually found it back, was a SAPS reservist warrant officer, Adar Security, Ray Springs, in a Pakistani warehouse, and it happened at the Monster truck stop, Pomona. This Brakpan station commander then, he told me that the information that they are finding, it's from Kershaw Stalls, who posted it of herself on Instagram. So he called me in, we had a discussion about it because he wanted to have more information from me. And I then stated I don't do social media, so I don't have things like Instagram, and I don't have any information about this matter at all. Then the next matter was again mentioned where we call it the Cobalt case because it is a truck or a few trucks that were hijacked that were conveying cobalt. The investigating officer in that matter was then Warrant Officer Roots from Springs, and his telephone number was given. And Hanekom is the main informant in this matter. So what Hanekom informed us about this matter is that Etienne arrived with a helicopter. They were flown by a person impersonating SAPS, where he said he's Captain Smith, and they arrived on the scene in the Delmas area. But
May I just, sorry to interrupt, you just said Etienne. when we were watching one of the videos, you identified one person, I think they had a red top on as Etienne. Is that the same person or is this a different Etienne?
Hanekom stating it's the same person. Etienne van der Walt, the same person mentioned in the one Etienne, and this one is the same person that Hanekom said. He and the Smith was flying the helicopter, and Etienne was a passenger in the helicopter. And they arrived at the scene in Delmas, where when they arrived, there's already SAPs present. Now, I don't know that you will see in my question, I made in my statement a question mark, because on the scene itself, there was a female captain, Carla Hartley, who chased them away from the scene because they wanted to take the scene over from her, and she chased them away to say she's in charge of the scene, they must get off her scene. And so the helicopter landed, and then the helicopter flew out again because she chased them away. And then very shortly thereafter, this Stalls and McKenzie, they arrived on the same scene with marked vehicles. Stalls even posted pictures of this on Instagram of herself. And then Magagula said to us, and then this is what they discussed, is that they use this modus operandi of stealing the load or the freight. And then they will offer the load back to the owner at a 10% cost release via burner phones and pin drop so that the owner can collect his own goods. That matter itself, we don't have more than what Hanekom has told us, is to say that they arrive on the scene in this, but obviously if it's Captain Harley, Delmas, it's easy to be confirmed or verified with the South African Police Service. And this is where the problem lies with us, is that we cannot do criminal investigations. So we receive all of these snippets of information from everyone, and we then hand it over to our SAPS contacts, or it's way outside our area. So it becomes highly problematic for us if we don't have a little bit of investigation capabilities. One of them where I want to touch on is that our officers, municipal police officers, when they commit crimes, doesn't matter what crime it is, if it is now bribery or corruption, which is known officers do when they issue fines, or drunken driving or things like that, is that the victim, the member of the public, will always come and complain to us, because it's our officer involved, it's our vehicles. He will then complain to us, and we will take his statement and deal with it in a misconduct disciplinary inquiry manner. And we will then inform the victim, please go to the SAPS station, this is the area, this is where it is, and lay a formal criminal complaint so that SAPS can investigate it. We cannot ourselves investigate it. And what then happened, and this is where the slight problem arises with this, is that we know our area, for instance, and I want to make it specifically to the Benoni-Boksburg area, because and it's most probably between us and Joburg as well, the magisterial boundaries and the police station boundaries between Benoni and Boksburg is Atlas Road, running from north to south. If you travel north, the divide between the magisterial boundaries and police station boundaries is the center island. So the 2 lanes going north is in the Boksburg magisterial area. The 2 lanes going south is in the Benoni magisterial area. So if my officer do law enforcement there and he stands and takes bribes, he will take one going north, a 50 or 100 rand bribe, and he will take one in the south, 50 or 100 rand bribe. And both of those complainants will go and lodge it at either Benoni or Boksburg. And no one will see the real pattern. No one will see, but this same officer took a large amount of bribes at this specific spot, because they do it in different magisterial areas. And the member of the public will come and complain to us and we will do the misconduct disciplinary inquiries and try to do the discipline action, but the member of the public is seriously afraid to really push it through and come and testify at our disciplinary hearings, which makes it more difficult again to find them guilty and actually dismiss or fire these officers. One of the things that in this specific cases that we also mentioned is that, and this is a critical thing which we've been highlighted for many, many years, we have a different set of conditions of agreement when it comes to disciplinary agreements than what the South African Police Service are. We are in a local government environment. Our disciplinary agreement that's already been touched on, it deals with all municipal employees in exactly the same manner, irrespective if you're a plumber or an admin clerk or a police officer. We are dealt with in terms of that disciplinary agreement in that manner. You get suspended, if you do get suspended for 3 months with full pay, you must be treated within that conditions of service. However, the South African Police Service has a different dispensation between police and civilians. And we have requested at very high levels, SALGA, everyone to intervene so that we can have a separate set of disciplinary agreements for municipal police officers, even though they're in local government. But to date, we've been denied that. So a municipal police officer is treated, doesn't matter what crimes he committed, he is treated as if he's a normal council employee, and he's not treated as if he's a police officer, which can intimidate witnesses, and and therefore the public doesn't want to come and testify in our disciplinary cases. Very few public do. And if they do testify, then we obviously dismiss and fire officers. But that's one of the problems that we have in this environment where we're dealing with officers.
Okay. We then, on your list, I think, turn to the last case you discussed with, EMPD discussed with IPID on the 7th of March, and that's your item 7. Could you turn to deal with that one?
Maybe before you do that.
Yes, Commissioner.
Commissioner, let me just check this. In that item 6, the cobalt matter, you say in your explanation to the extreme right, then Stolz Mackenzie arrived on the scene with EMPD vehicles. How does it work? And I ask that because in the preceding paragraph, you say the SAPs were already on the scene. So to have the EMPD come in, how does it work? Is it by invitation? Would there have been a call? Does there necessarily have to be a call for support from the SAPs, or EMPD is free to just attend any crime scene within its jurisdiction?
Commissioner, normally if we're operating in the same area, we can arrive at the same time or just after SAPs is on the scene. We can also arrive at the same scene because of our patrols and the way that we react to scenes. It could be that there's a crime reported on the radio and officers from all over respond to the scene. And whoever arrives first on scene, there's a national standing, a national standard for municipal police services of first responder to scene. So if we are the first responder to a crime scene, our function on the scene is to stop the crime and preserve the scene until we can hand over to SAPS, who is then the lead on that scene, forensics and whoever from the detectives and that. However, if SAPS is first on scene, they do exactly the same. They will preserve the scene, and we will not be allowed to enter into a scene if it is there. And I think that's what happened here. Is this Captain Carla Hartley, it was her scene, and she chased the officers away. So you don't belong into my scene. And it's also outside our area. It's Delmas is closer to our area, to the border, but it's also outside our area. And we will not respond because everything reported in Ekurhuleni, everything in there, when we respond to scenes, we will respond within Ekurhuleni. If it is outside our jurisdiction, then the city of Johannesburg or the city of Tshwane would invite us formally to say, please come and help this operation, or we're going to have an intergovernmental relationship roadblock. We need extra manpower, please send people, and then there's a full operation plan and approval before we actually deal with these scenes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I had invited you, Commissioner, to then deal with your last item on this table, item number 7.
This was the most serious remark, and when Mr. Makagula started to mention this, he spoke the most, and Nomsa's added a little bit to it. They immediately stated that there's threats against their lives because of this. There's a very serious investigation that they're doing into a murder case. This murder took place on 15 April 2022 in the Brakpan area, and it's being investigated by IPID already, where it traced back to a body was found in a dam. So initially it was said to us it's Nigel Maryvale Dam in the Brakpan area. Don't know the exact dam, but this was traced back to the same group of officers who was there together with civilians. It's not one of the civilians yet mentioned, so there was a civilians on the site as well. And what was alleged is that they tortured this person on the scene, where they used a method called tubing, which is a piece of rubber that you pulled over a person's face and you suffocate the person. So they tubed this person, and at a stage, the actual the person who he has actually turned state witness. He submitted a 204 application and statement as well. He said that the person who they were torturing and questioning or interrogating, he actually said to them, but he's got money in the house, 500,000 rand, he'll pay that if he could lose them. And then the next moment, this person, they killed him. And from the scene, they called Brigadier Makwanasi after it took place now. And Brigadier Makwanasi arrived on the scene in a white Golf. And he then proceeded to direct them how to clean the scene. And they placed the body of the victim on this civilian person's bakkie. And they instructed him to go dump the body, which he then duly did. And then when it came out, and IPID's investigating it, this person who did it, he turned state witness, according to him. He contacted me about 2 weeks ago again to say that he is a state witness. He gave a Section 204 statement to turn state witness, and he's committing everything. And so it is a confirmed case of where it happened, where Makagula was carrying the docket, and this stems from April 2022 already. And when we were informed of this, it was March 2023. And that's one of the reasons as well why we believe that a murder case that's already running for a year investigation, with witnesses, with a body, with everything already there, we thought it's imminent that he would be arrested extremely quickly thereafter. And yet here we are, 2025, and nothing has yet happened. So none of those officers has been charged that we know of. The case has not go forward anywhere. It is still being investigated. That's what my impression is from it. Also from internally, we couldn't do anything against the officers because to us it's hearsay from IPID. They inform us of this, but they're not prepared to give us anything in their docket, which we understand. It's a murder investigation and they don't want to give us anything. But it is, to us, we thought that, that would expedite that the arrest will happen and that the court cases will follow from that as well.
So if the Commission were interested to interrogate the cause of delays in finalizing or prosecuting these matters that you have referenced, you're suggesting it is to IPID that the Commission must turn?
Correct, Commissioners. All our cases where the policemen are directly involved is handed over or taken over. Never mind handed over. It's taken over by IPID. They investigate the police when the police are wrong. So all the matters that we know of, that we mentioned here, has already been in the possession of IPID, already known to them, and they are investigating it.
So as at the date of your retirement, to the best of your knowledge, this is where these matters stood, which was in February 2025?
Correct, Commissioners.
You have a second part of this evidence where you say since that meeting with IPID, that is the 6th of March 2023, 2 more cases involving EMPD officers have been opened by IPID. You deal with that at page 17. Can you take us quickly through those 2 cases?
The first one is the case where I'm the complainant in. The fraud, the uttering, it's these vehicles that was allegedly donated by CAT VIP to us. I am the complainant in that matter because I initiated the investigation. And I have at that stage in March, when we had the meeting with IPID, they alleged, but there need to be a complainant in this matter. So I undertook that. I know everything about the case. I'm the one who gave the instruction for the investigation. And up to that stage, with all the knowledge of the separate statements that we have already obtained for an internal disciplinary hearing, I made then the statement as the A1 statement. It was commissioned at Crystal Park Police Station, and it was then handed to Makagula in his possession, and it was registered at Boksburg as a case number under 26202-2023. This matter is the one that actually kick-started off the disciplinary side on the one side. But in the 2024 year, I don't know the exact date, I heard rumors that this case has been withdrawn, even though IPID constantly have contact with me and tell me that they're still investigating it, and they're still obtaining statements from everyone, and they're still busy with it. They constantly told me that this case is still being investigated. IPID Makagula himself, and then from February this year, there was a new investigator, a senior investigator, Kulu. Commissioner, I hope that is the correct pronunciation of He will be cross if I pronounced his surname wrong tonight. But he is from KZN, and he was drafted to come and fix something in the docket, and then he was released again back to KZN, and last month he came back again to do another portion of the docket. But when with a friend of mine then in the South African Police Service, when they look on the CAS system itself, where the case number is registered, that case has been withdrawn on the CAS system by a local South African police officer, a lieutenant colonel, at Boksburg itself in September 23 already. So even though IPID is alleging that they still investigated, they still contact me, they still have dealings where they say they're waiting for this or they're waiting for that. Up to now, on the CAS system, the case has actually been withdrawn as onopgespoor, which is undetected. And this happened in 2023 already on the CAS system.
Before you deal with the next matter, I think you may want to consider a correction to your statement.
Perhaps before that, have you, Commissioner, have you ever made inquiries as to why IPID is giving you to understand that investigations are ongoing when in fact the docket was closed as far back as 2023?
Commissioner, I have, and I've queried it with IPID themselves as well, and they have told me that they will investigate that as well. With the senior investigator, Kulu, he took a supplementary affidavit from me about 3 weeks ago as well. I asked him specifically as well and say, what's happened with this? And he says, no, he showed me, he's actually had the docket with him. He says, I'm now temporarily the investigator again because there's something else that I need to obtain in this docket directed from the DPP. The reason for it was that the docket was originally registered at Boksburg. And the query came up is that why is it not at Germiston? Because the vehicles were registered in Wadeville. That's where the crime occurred. And my answer to that was it started in Boksburg. Brigadier Makonasi's office, police office where he works from, is situated in Boksburg. And it happened all over. So it happened in Boksburg, it happened in Germiston where the vehicle fleet section is. It happened at Wadeville where the registrations was done on Natus, and then when the vehicles were deregistered again from our names, it happened in Silverton in Tshwane. So it happened over the province, and we had to choose a starting point so I started it at Boksburg because none of the prosecution side wants to touch the docket. I don't know why, but everywhere where you get, they say, no, it's not my station, it's that station. It's not my court, it's that court. So I had to give a statement as to why did I choose Boksburg and that. But I don't have an answer. I have got the officer withdrawn it. I've got his name, but it's been withdrawn on the CAS system, and we've reported it to IPID. It was mentioned, and it's been escalated to a national level in the South African Police Service, where we as municipal police have requested at a national level to the National Police Commissioner, where we have requested that a national task team be established to investigate corruption and crime within municipal police departments. And the National Police Commissioner has assigned officers from DPCI and senior officers, brigadiers, to actually assist us to establish a task team so that we can, from a national level, because we as municipal police are overlooked when it comes to investigation, and we are there's a group of officers right through the country of municipal police that commit crimes, but they are not being investigated properly. One of the reasons I touched on it is that in terms of the Racketeering Act, or in terms of what the Hawks must investigate, there's limits of like 100,000 rand incidents, where we are saying is, if you go and look at what bribery is being committed by traffic officers and municipal police officers, if an officer works 8 to 10 hours a day and you have contact in that session with members of the public and he issues a fine every hour, he needs to issue 8. So very quickly you can do maths. If he doesn't issue, it's like 2 to 3 minutes to issue a fine. If it's an argument and a long lecture as well, let's make it 10 minutes. He still need to issue 50 to 60 in his normal day because he's been employed as a law enforcement officer, not a shoe salesman. He must arrest people, he must give notices, that he must do law enforcement. However, there's officers that issue 1 fine in 6 months or 1 in a year. And when you start looking at that and you calculate the possible contact that he had with public and the amount of complaints on the other side, and then the rumors of if it's a drunken driving, it's 4,000, 5,000 rand, and you start calculating that, you will see that those type of officers is actually doing 100, 200,000 rand a month, if based from that, if you start just doing normal maths. And then you start looking at how officers live. They drive luxury vehicles, they live luxury estates. And when you ask your own counsel and you ask anyone, but can we do lifestyle audits on officers? It's always no, it doesn't allow it. So lifestyle audits is reserved at the moment for maybe the heads of departments or the city managers or the mayors. There's lifestyle audits. But at a lower level, there is no lifestyle audits at all. That's something that need to be, according to me, made compulsory, is that you cannot be a law enforcement officer and not be vetted to do your work.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I wanted to draw your attention perhaps to something that might require correction. The case you just discussed at page 17, you cite as a Boxback CAS 2620223. If you turn to page 19, paragraph 36, third line from the bottom, you refer to a case number 262032023.
It's correct, Commissioner. It's March. It's 262 of March.
Okay. So under this, in this table, we should correct the 02 to 03.
Correct.
The correct CAS number. Thank you. That then leads us to your second case that you have since learned of since your last meeting with IPID on the 6th of March 2023. Thanks.
Correct. In the very first week, this matter already took place in 2024, but in the very first week of my retirement, as I finished, everyone, not everyone, a lot of people that used to work with me still sent me information. And a lot of people, private people, didn't know that I retired. So they will still send me as if I'm the deputy chief of at Ekurhuleni. They will still send me information and tell me stuff that happened. And this is publicly in the news as well, where 6 officers from the drug enforcement unit was arrested because they extorted plus minus 80,000 rand from a foreigner. These officers were arrested, detained, they were released on bail, and those officers have to date not been disciplined. Not even a disciplinary matter started against them. And they are reporting directly to Dion Singh, the brigadier that was suddenly promoted last year by Mkhwanasi as well. He reported directly to him. It's a drug enforcement unit. They've been what the officers speak to me and phone me and say, can it not be fixed? They were actually promoted in the sense that they've been deployed to do VIP protection, where they protect the people that stay behind, which is no threat analysis, nothing has been done on them at all. So they are being put as drivers for Bihari, for Kasheka, for Sarah Chita. They've been made drivers for these officers. So it's as if these officers has now suddenly been protected and they just moved aside from the drug enforcement unit. and they are being protected by them. But this happened after I left already, so I don't, it's information that's constantly being sent to me about this arrest that took place. And I saw it in the news as well, that it happened, but the incident took place in 2024 as well. And it's also investigated by IPID, and IPID did the arrest when they were detained.
Thank you.
Are you moving off the table?
I was going to.
Okay. In the first item, the blue lights one, right at the end of your explanation, you say you were informed, that very last sentence, you say you were informed by IPID of direct links between CAT VIP and Ekurhuleni politicians. Do you care to explain a little bit more there, if you're able to?
What happened there is that the same journalist who queried initially, Mr. Jeff Wicks, he had, at that same time, he was busy running an expose in News 24, where every day or every week he would release a snippet of information. And the information he released was more aimed at the Tembiza Hospital finance scandal, where the whistleblower Babita Dukaran was murdered. So the angle that he approached was from that side. And he attached that then to the Brigadier Makonasi, as the newspapers called him, Blue Light Blesser. So in that situation, these links were made, is that this hospital scandal linked is to politicians based in Ekurhuleni, plus it is linked to this Blue Light Blesser then, who assists them as a policeman to get all their functions performed in there. That is how that came up. It's part of the newspaper article expose that Mr. Wicks did.
Okay, and then lastly, I mean, we've gone through the list of the criminal conduct that, or the alleged criminal conduct that you discussed with Mr. Magagula, and some of it it has been raised by commissioners as matters for disciplinary action, and you've explained why. Is it a case of, because of the environment, those who had the authority to request disciplinary or to even authorize disciplinary action, such as yourself and the chief, simply gave up on it? And I ask because we, at least in the case of the blue lights, we have a request from the chief for a tribunal, disciplinary tribunal to be set up. So we know there's a process which the senior people like yourselves could instigate, and yet we don't have anything done in respect of the others, the many cases that you've referred to. Is it fair to say you simply gave up on initiating disciplinary processes?
No, Commissioner. The thing is that we, as the deputy chiefs, we give to the chief, and it goes through the chief's office to the HR to actually deal with it, to appoint the presiding and the presenting officers, and to make sure that the disciplinary proceeding is happening. However, Chief Mapier was sidelined completely, and he was victimized, and he was suspended, and he was placed on special leave. And every time when he was placed on special leave or anything like this happened, the then Deputy Chief Mkonasi was the acting chief, and he failed to forward it to the correct HR processes. So it is not that we didn't try to do anything. I was even accosted that we are trying to push the matter on a criminal side, and I was threatened by the city manager in the same manner as what the chief was. So even though we tried to go to the corporate HR staff, and at that stage, Polani and Nisa, who was eventually dismissed during this period that we tried to inform them and say, carry on with this matter, what is the challenges and the problems? But then the chief would be placed on special leave, or we would be suspended. And then Makonasi was acting, and nothing happened then with these matters.
When you say you were threatened by the city manager, I mean, if it's still coming, if it's something that you're still going to deal with,
is still coming.
Is it still? Okay, all right, that's fine, I'll leave it then. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. That leads us then to paragraphs 36 and 37 of your statement, Commissioner, and you deal with 3 annexures in a row, RS 13, RS 14, and RS 15. And the 3 annexures relate to the quote-unquote blue lights issue. Am I correct in your paragraphs 36 and 37?
Correct, Commissioners. RS 13 is my original affidavit, which was commissioned at the Crystal Park Police Station and signed related to the registration of the vehicle, false registration of the vehicles in the city's name, and the operational plan that was falsified, the uttering that took place. So RS 13 is my original affidavit.
And we have dealt, I believe, quite extensively with the issues from your perspective relating to this, this matter. And this affidavit more or less reiterates what you've already told the commissioners. Is there anything out of this affidavit that perhaps you believe we may not have put to the brought to the commissioner's attention that you would want to do so now? It would appear that we have covered everything.
No, it's correct. Everything up to now is covered actually in my affidavit.
Okay. The next one then is your RS 14. And this you describe, appearing at page 41 of the annexures file, this you describe as a picture of the docket in respect of the case registered by Mr. Magawul.
Correct. When you do an affidavit and you are the A1 complainant in a police docket, which is the SAPS 3, there's an annexure in the front of that statement, which is the 3M statement portion, which then state the date and the time and the station where it's registered, and then the CAS number that is there. It goes part of your A1 affidavit. This gets put on front to lead that, which is then registered with SAPS in a normal docket.
And lastly, at paragraph 7, you've got your RS 15. And lastly, at your paragraph 37, you've got an extra RS 15. You had, I think, briefly touched on this in explaining the fate of the criminal case you had caused to be opened regarding this blue lights issue. And can you deal then with
Correct.
An extra RS 15, which you say is proof that the matter was withdrawn?
This is a screen print of the CAS system that the South African Police Services use, listing this CAS number in the top right corner, 26203 of 2023. It states the date when it was registered and when it was handed over to the first investigator on the SAPS system only. It's not the real investigator then. But then at the last date at the bottom, it's 2023 10/12, which is 12 October 2023 at 16:27. It states the investigating officer. I don't know if I can mention his name or should mention his name.
He's a public official.
It was Lieutenant Colonel Mike Whiskey Ntswana, and it was then, and this is Afrikaans version, it was closed as onopgespoor, which means undetected.
What does undetected mean?
It's when you don't have any evidence in any docket and you cannot do anything further than it's undetected. It's if I, for instance, let's say there's a break-in at my house tonight and my motorcycle is stolen and the detectives come out, investigate everything, there's no fingerprints, there's nothing, they cannot find anything, there's no CCTV footage, then it will be very close to say, but they can't find any evidence on the scene, the docket is undetected and the docket will be closed as undetected.
How do you reconcile that conclusion with the IPID report we looked at, we worked through on Friday, in terms of which IPID made certain specific findings of fraud and corruption in respect of these very activities, and recommended that Brigadier Mkhwanazi be disciplined. How do I reconcile that IPID finding in the human resource environment with this undetected finding now in the criminal case arising from the same facts?
I cannot answer that, Commissioner. That's why I say this is very strange, that a local police station at a station is actually closing the docket as if it's undetected and it's archived and stored in the archive and not being further investigated. This, while IPID is still investigating, they actually released a negative recommendation that there must be discipline steps taken, and the docket is still being, according to them, to me, it's still being investigated in a criminal matter, criminal investigation. It was already a few times thereafter presented to the DPP to actually make further recommendations, and it's still, as I stated, 2-3 weeks ago, senior investigator Kulu actually just still took a supplementary affidavit from me. So on the one side, there's this IPID is carrying the docket, they're investigating it according to them, but on the other side, I have this proof from the CAS system that says the docket is closed as undetected at the local police station. So if you do inquiry now and you're searching anything on the SAP system, this will not reflect as an open case anymore.
Which leads me to ask you perhaps a fairly stupid question. Is the matter open or closed? Where are we at?
I really don't know, Commissioners.
Okay.
To me, IPID says it's open, SAP says, or the SAP station says it's closed. But I don't know the status of it genuinely because it's a detective busy investigating the case. I don't know what the status of the docket is.
Okay. I think Commissioner Baloyi has got it.
I don't have an answer to your question.
No question of your own, Commissioner.
Let me ask my question. Is it not perhaps, and I think I want to ask more a practical question, that your evidence is that the IPID have the docket, as I understand you.
Yes, Commissioner.
Practically, what does it mean? What's remaining at the SAPS then, if IPID has the docket? And I'm asking the question to try and suggest, is it not possible that the local station has only a cover, that as you have given us here, and there's nothing inside it because the docket, is with the IPID, and because he knows nothing about the IPID involvement and progress in the matter, he then, because he's left only with a shell of a docket, he then considers it to be closed. Is it not
Commissioner,
possible?
normally, what will, in other cases that I have knowledge about what happened is that if IPID takes a docket at a police station, it gets transferred to them electronically. So the docket is actually maybe a manual, practical hard copy that IPID takes, but on the CAS system itself, the docket is transferred to say whoever the detective is at IPID, so that the South African Police Service can trace their dockets where it actually is on the system. So the correct procedure that I've seen in other matters is that the IPID detective will actually sign for the docket, and on the CAS system it will be transferred into their name. And then once they finish with the docket and it goes to court, it will be they who take the docket to the court. So in terms of the South African Police Service practicality rules, that's how it would normally work. So in this manner, I don't really know why it was cancelled or withdrawn. I don't know if there's just a skeleton piece of paper that was left behind, but Mr. Makagula is the one who went to Boksburg, who did the actual physical, here is the docket, and he had copies of our docket. So he already had a complete docket with him, and there would have been no docket at the station left behind at all, because Mr. Makagula is the one who carries the docket.
In your experience, given your experience, once IPID, assuming that IPID is still, you accept what Mr. Kulu said to you, he's continuing to do the investigation. Once that is done and finished, is there any difficulty in him enrolling the matter, getting the matter to be enrolled in the light of this from the SAPS, SAPS system, which says the case is closed?
Commissioner, that I do not know, but to enroll the matter at court, I would assume that IPID can just go to the court and say, this docket is concluded, control prosecutor, here is a complete docket, please enroll onto your court register. I believe that there would be no impact from this at all. The only impact this will have is if someone do an inquiry to say who's the accused, who's anything like that, it will come up as it's closed. The docket has been closed as undetected.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. Did I understand you to say, as of 2 weeks ago, it would appear that Investigator Kulu has taken over this investigation? Because you've been talking about Magagula thus far. What is the actual position today as we speak, to your understanding?
I was contacted 2 weeks ago by the investigator Kulu to say that he has been recalled from KZN to come back up and to conclude a specific portion, a Section 205 application and my statement. He was tasked to do that. And he only did that portion, then he went back again. But telephonically, he has told me that he will come back up again because it's expensive apparently for him to stay up here. He's deployed in KZN, he's not from here.
Okay. This then will lead us to your paragraph 38 at page 20, where you conclude on this chapter.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes, you may speak to that.
It's just that last portion that I already touched on, is that 2 weeks ago, the witness who turned state witness contacted me and he explained the whole situation to me again, and he confirmed everything that took place, and that he also informed me that he gave to Magagula a Section 204 statement already, and that he has turned state witness. That's what he informed me.
And that's in respect of the murder case you have listed under item 7?
Correct. It's in relation to the murder case, and that he's turned state witness, and he's already given statements to that effect as well.
Oh, thank you. Your next main topic is headed Internal Disciplinary Process and Interference. And under this topic, you deal with a few subheadings. Let's start with your first, disciplinary action against Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi. Would you like to take the commissioners through that part of your evidence?
Obviously, I initiated the investigation because I was the acting chief of police, but Colonel Erasmus, because he heads internal affairs and they were still reporting to me as caretaker, he kept me abreast of as the investigation would go on. And after his internal investigation has been completed, he submitted it to the chief of police, who is Commissioner Mapie. And the dossier and this letter from Commissioner Mapie was then forwarded to the Director Human Resources, the Employee Relations section, which is Kolani and Nisa. He has been made the authorized representative by the city manager. She delegated it to him to appoint presiding and presenting officers in serious matters when it's a formal hearing and that. So in that process, Mr. Nisa prepared the pre-suspension, and it was signed by him as recommended, and then by Ma'am Linda Kasheka, who was the head of human resources. It was then served on him for a period that he was suspended for a period of 3 months, starting from February 24th, 2025 to May 24, 25. Mr. Nisa proceeded to appoint a presiding and a presenting officer firm, 2 different lawyer firms. Madlanga is one of them. And in this process, the draft disciplinary charge sheets was drawn up by Madlanga, and it was then sent back to us. And we, in our dossier, when they sent it back to Colonel Erasmus, he approached me, and we then had a meeting with Mr. Nisa, Chief of Police, Colonel Erasmus and myself, where we discussed the charge sheet, because initially there were only 4 charges which relate to the registration of the vehicles that was in there. But during Colonel Erasmus' investigation, there was another matter that came up, which we then suggested, but Brigadier Mkonasi made in his own statement, which he gave, he alluded to more donations that he received to the value of 300,000 rand from Medicare 24, which then draw our training academy into the matter as well. And we then suggested that these 2 charges must be added as well, because it also is a contravention of the MFM Act and the policy of receiving gifts and donations. This was corroborated by then he was the brigadier of the training academy, Ndumiso Twabe, who made a statement to say that Brigadier Makonasi assisted him and informed him that he can go to Medicare 24, which is situated in Boksburg. The training academy, we would train recruits, and part of the recruitment training, they would have POEs, which is portfolio of evidence, which is like an exam paper or projects that they must complete for these purposes. And the training academy ran out of paper, and there was a shortage of POEs. So Brigadier Mkonasi then arranged that Brigadier Ndumiso Twabe can go straight to Mike van Wyk at Boksburg, and they will then create and generate our POEs, which they then subsequently did. The masters were there, and then they printed these, and so this is all in this docket already for internal misconduct.
Commissioner, earlier you explained the issue or question of donations, and those purported to be donations to the municipality. You remember? Now, the admission that you referred to by Brigadier Mkhwanazi, an admission of receipt of donations amounting to 300,000 rand. Was this receipt of donations on behalf of the municipality?
Correct, Commissioner. It was, and it's a reference.
I'm looking at page 44 of Annexure RS 16, bottom half of the page. That's where reference is made to a cadet examination at the college. That's the heading. So you say that would be donations to the municipality, not to him personally.
Correct, Commissioner. It's in the internal investigation, yes. Colonel Erasmus approached Brigadier Mkonasi and stated that he must give a version of what took place in this event. And Annexure RS 16, page 43 to 45, is his submission that he made a statement which he signed off on to say, but all of this took place. And he explained then that we, for instance, even the Medicare 24 and CATS security services, it started already in 2020 during COVID. So in his own statement, he stated that. And then on page 44, in the middle portion, projects undertaken with CAT. It started off with point 1, which states cartels examination at the college. We engaged the team when we had challenges of stationery at the college when cartels were about to write exams, and they were serious institutional challenges with printing, papers and ink. We requested their intervention and the commitment that Mike van Wyk made and fulfilled in terms of printing and producing documents that made cartels to write the exams with our EMPD at the cost of more than 300,000 rand at that time, as per their estimation. So that portion is where he states for himself that we accepted again a donation to that value. And the charges that we then disciplinary decide that is that again it's non-compliance with the policy of declaring donations as and when they occurred, and that the correct process must be taken with regards to donations. I know that it's maybe a Freudian slip, but we...
the cartels instead of cadets.
Yeah, it could be a Freudian slip, but it is We took a long time, but we believe it would be cadets. When we don't speak to our recruits, we speak to them as recruits or students.
Yes,
We don't speak to them as cadets, but it's possible that cartels is actually referring to cadets.
Yes, I almost said that when Chief Mapie was testifying. I almost said Freudian slip, but I stopped myself. There it is, you've said
But it's my opinion.
You've said it. All right. I sought that clarification, Commissioner, because reading paragraph 41 of your statement, one might think that you are saying that Brigadier Mkhwanazi received the donation in his personal capacity. So that's why I just sought clarification whether this was a donation to the municipality in the manner you explained this morning.
Commissioner, it's maybe my grammar. It says that Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi had personally admitted to receiving a 300 Rand donation from a subsidiary, and then I carried on. But it's not, it's from his personal admittance that this donation was not declared.
Chair, through you, I think the Chair is correct. What is expressed in the statement is slightly different from what is in the actual document. The document makes it clear that the donation was to EMPD. The phraseology in the statement would appear to suggest that that donation was made to Brigadier Mkhwanazi personally, right? And that is not, that wasn't your intention.
No.
And perhaps then to avoid any confusion and miscommunication, the statement should read, this evidence revealed that Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi had personally admitted to EMPD receiving that donation. Would that resolve the problem?
That's correct.
Okay, which I do so. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And then obviously after that meeting we had, and we read this statement, and then it was decided that Colonel Erasmus must inform the lawyers to add charge 5 and 6 as well, because it's again a contravention of the donation policy.
Thank you. That then takes us to the second leg of this main topic of disciplinary processes and interference. You now have a sub-chapter titled Intervention by Human Resources, starting at paragraph 43.
At this stage, this is already when his suspension is starting to end. There's an intervention by Kasheka where she, as the head of HR, sent a letter to him that he must come back to the office and that his suspension ends. But at the same time, when these charge sheets were served on him, the lawyers sent it to Tolani and Lisa to say, please ensure that the charge sheets are served on Mkhwanazi. And he in turn gives it to a person with the name of Tami Zitzambe, who is a senior person working at HR as well. And there's other interactions that happen at the back end that I know now, but I wasn't present when this took place. But at that stage as well, I asked Mr. Zitzambe, why are you not serving it? Because I was CC'd in the charge sheets when it was sent, and I was following the process. And then at a stage I'm at HR and I ask him, why are you not serving this? Why are you keeping it at bay? It's not being served to him at all. And then he said to me, is that he phoned Mkhwanazi to say to him, come to the office to come and fetch these charge sheets. And Mkhwanazi told him over the telephone that I spoke to Kasheka and the city manager, and they instructed me that you shall not serve this on me, this process will be stopped. So I said to Zitzambe, we made a joke about it, it's like, it's not possible. He's lying to you. Why don't you just give him an instruction that he must come through? And he says, no, he's honest. This is what happened. He's been stopped from serving these notes on them. And it came directly, firstly from Mkhwanazi, but then in the department itself from HR, the charge sheet and everything were being withheld and not served on him. So then I touch on it in this letter that is being sent from Kasheka as the head of HR, she's sending a letter to him to say your suspension has been uplifted, you must return to the office and go back to your office that you can do your work again. And in that process, the chief of police, we had a short management meeting when it was decided by the chief that he's going to redeploy him to the director bylaws. Now, there's 8 director positions in the Ekurhuleni Metro Police, and the director bylaws position at that stage was vacant. So he said he will deploy him to the director bylaw. It's the same, similar job description, same level, there will be no interaction, but then he's not...
Sorry, Commissioner. When we are done with what I'm raising with you, you'll go back to the deployment. You say that Brigadier Mkhwanazi said that he was not going to accept service of the disciplinary, let me call them disciplinary documents or documents relating to the disciplinary process, and that it was the municipal manager and who else who had said he should not receive this?
Kasheka,
yes,
the head of HR.
The head of HR, yes. Yeah. And when you and others said he's talking nonsense and that he must be served, he then said, no, the person that was serving, he said, no, it's actually true. And my understanding is that you said he had actually gotten word from above that this was indeed the position.
Correct, Commissioner.
The brigadier was not going to be disciplined. Who were you told had actually said that the brigadier should not be? There is someone from the top who is supposed to have said this.
When we had arguments then where we were actually arguing and fighting with HR, and Mr. Ngiza said that he was informed that it shall be stopped and it shall not proceed. So he directly informed me as well, over and above Tommy that made it in a joking matter, but Mr. Ngiza said to me that this matter will be stopped and it's instruction from above.
Whose names did he give?
He gave the names of Linda Kasheka and Dr. Imogen Mashazi as the city manager. He said they instructed him, and he says also that Advocate Kemi Bihari from legal. The 3 of them were involved in the matter, and this matter will be stopped.
Yeah. No, I just wanted clarity between what Brigadier Mkhwanazi said and what came directly to Mr. Ngiza. So you've clarified that. Thank you. You were at the stage of the deployment.
And then I referenced that his suspension was uplifted by Kasheka on RS 17 is the reference then to the upliftment of his suspension, which was on the 24th of May 2023 signed by him.
And for the record, that is at page 46 of the annexed bundle.
And the chief then, subsequent to that upliftment, when it came to his attention that this upliftment was actually effective now, he issued a redeployment letter to Brigadier Mkhwanazi.
I keep interrupting you as you come to to the deployment. Is it not so, though, that the upliftment of the suspension was a function of the fact that the 3-month period allowed for suspensions had run out?
It is correct, Commissioner. However, even though it's a clause 16 of the disciplinary procedure agreements, you can extend again if it actually do that. So sometimes it will happen that the chief of police would say we're running out of time because of there's still investigations to be concluded, and then the suspension will be extended again. However, in this matter, the chief of police didn't even have the opportunity to extend it again. He was just informed that the upliftment has already been issued by Kasheka from Human Resource.
Thank you. I won't interrupt you again on deployment.
I shall do the interrupting. Oh, Commissioner Baloyi.
Just to follow up on that, the power to extend the suspension, firstly, where does it lie? We know that the initial suspension was by the Chief of Police. Does he carry the power to extend, or does it lie with HR? That question one. Two, is it provided for in the collective agreement, in the disciplinary procedures collective agreement?
Commissioner, the first suspension was done by Kasheka. So the Chief of Police completed the request to Human Resources that the process be done, Kolani and NISA. He then obviously most probably typed the letter and he signed as recommended, and the first suspension was done by Kasheka as the HOD HR. It's in the city of Ekurhuleni, the manner how that works. In my current position, the Chief of Police is the one who suspends. So she fills in the suspension, and if it comes to the time that your suspension must be uplifted or your suspension must be extended, the Chief of Police do the suspension. It's only in Ekurhuleni different. And that method of doing it that way has also changed, which will come a little bit later as well. It was changed on a specific date. So this Makonasi matter actually changed the whole procedure within Ekurhuleni.
Well, thank you for the correction on the evidence about who suspends. The second question was, is it in the collective agreement that the power to extend an extension at the end of 3 months?
It is contained in the collective agreement that the initial period is 3 months, but it is not specifically speaking about the extension, but it's practice that you can extend and you must do it in times and there must be reasons, but it creates later on, when it comes to labor law, it creates issues that you always will have a points and limine raise because of why it was extended. So it can be extended and it is extended in practice, but it also can cause delays in a later proceedings.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I think Commissioner Baloyi has covered the area that I'd wanted to, because my reading of Annexure RS 17 is that the author suggests that 3-month suspension period can never be extended. And the view you express is it is capable of extension under certain circumstances.
Correct, Commissioner. It can be extended, and it's numerous times have been extended in the past as well.
Okay. Thank you. This then leads us to the next heading, which you have titled Death Threats, simply. Could you speak to that?
Commissioners, there's still paragraph 44 and 45, the redeployment that I didn't...
Oh, then perhaps 44, 45. 44, you in part, no, not in part, extensively dealt with earlier in response to a question, I think, from Commissioner Baloyi. But if you want to reiterate what is in paragraph 44, for completeness sake, please go ahead.
After he was uplifted now and he's back at work, the Chief of Police redeployed him to the Director Bylaw position. And he just blatantly refused. And about approximately 2 to 3 weeks after he was redeployed, a letter was issued by Kasheka to the Chief of Police to say that the Chief cannot deploy him, he must be redeployed to his substantive position as Director Specialized Services, which in my mind, and we had proper discussions about that to say, but this is a usurpation of the Chief's powers and functions. He's deploying. Section 64C says he's the one who deploy, who transfer, who appoint. He must sign off on everything. And if he deploy any person and he gives them a legal police instruction to go head a unit or go head that, he's the one who takes responsibility and he's the one who gives the instruction. For not complying to that, it is a very, very serious misconduct. If it was still in the pirate era, he would have walked the plank. But he's being protected by someone from HR who's got no powers to interfere into policing matters, who's actually giving an instruction to a police chief that this person must be moved back to his substantive position. That is the only part that I want to put down there, is that there's proper interference from civilians into the policing arena and contravening the South African Police Services Act, which gives specific powers to the Chief of Police.
And for the record, Chief Mapie dealt with that process during the course of his testimony, and he has submitted into record the letter that you reference, instructing Chief Mapie to reverse the decision to deploy him, Brigadier Mkhwanazi, to the bylaws division and requiring him to be placed back in his substantive post, and Chief Mapie's own response to that demand by Ms. Kashega. So it is dealt with in full there. So it is... Yes, Jane.
Yes. I seem to recall, I don't know whether it was in Chief Mapie's evidence or in one of the statements, either his or yours, that a reason was given for the deployment in the bylaws section. Just remind me, what was the reason again?
Commissioner,
I'm asking this because surely the chief cannot redeploy at whim. Yes, the power maybe is in terms of 64C, but I doubt that this is something he can do, based on how he feels. I'm using he because it's a he now, the incumbent is a he. Surely there must be a rational basis. But if you don't remember, no, it's
no,
not.
There was a rationale given behind it. And as I stated earlier, is that the director positions are all the same job descriptions, and therefore you can be deployed to any one of those to do the same work. One will be dealing with specific bylaws, one will be dealing specifically with the police station area. But the rationale behind the letter when it was given is that because there's still investigations going on with his group and with his influence at the specialized services, is that he temporarily be redeployed to the bylaw section. So there was a rationale given.
I think that's exactly what I seem to recall in my mind. Thank you, Commissioner. That's enough.
Thank you, Chair. And perhaps for the record, if the Chair could scribble on Commissioner Spears's, that part of Commissioner Spears's statement. Chief Mapie, in dealing with this aspect of things, references annexures JM30, which is the same upliftment letter, followed by JM31, which is the letter from Ms. Kasheka, challenging his, Chief Mapie's, decision to deploy Brigadier Mkhwanazi to bylaw enforcement, and JM32, which then is Chief Mapie's own response to Ms. Kasheka's challenge as to why Brigadier Mkhwanazi has been deployed to bylaws. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Silva.
Thank you. And then in that paragraph, that chapter, you conclude by expressing a view that as far as you are concerned, this constituted usurpation of Chief Mapie's powers contemplated in Section 64, capital C, sub 2.
Correct, Commissioner.
And you say Ms. Kashega has no authority to interfere in municipal police matters in this manner.
Correct, Commissioner.
How else would she become involved in police matters?
She cannot be involved in any policing-related decision or the deployment or transfer or movement of officers. Her function is as a human resources to do that administrative portions behind the scenes. If an officer is appointed or redeployed, capture it in an HR system, manage the personnel files. That is what the HR function is. It is you, and it's strange to say it, but I don't listen to civilians. I'm a policeman. I listen to my direct line of command in a line from the Chief of Police to me, from me to the brigadiers underneath me. I don't listen to a person from HR giving me policing instructions. I will assist them if they ask information, and they will do paperwork and administrative work. That is the function of HR.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Yes. Perhaps on that theme, we saw in the letter of appointment of Chief Mapie something to the effect, and this is from the city manager, something to the effect that he will exercise his powers or perform his functions, among others, as directed or at the direction of the city manager, some such wording. What do you understand that to mean? The powers of the city manager over the chief of police?
In terms of the South African Police Services Act, and I think it's section 64B, is that the city manager is accountable for the Metro Police to the council. So she's a conduit to the council, and she must be accountable for the Metro Police. Now, because she's accountable for the Metro Police, obviously she will have powers in the sense that the chief of police must account to her whatever he does, but not related to policing matters. It's in his day-to-day work, how he spent money, how he spent the budget, how he operates within the environment of a local government, that he complies with the MFMA, the Structures Act, the Municipal Systems Act, all of those legislation. And whatever is being done in the municipal police must be accountable to her. And that is the function. To issue a policing instruction will be considered as interfering into policing matters. Only the chief of police will have the powers, and that's where section 64C then steps away from the city manager, who is accountable for the municipal police, to the council. It steps into the chief. He himself must then have the following powers to that. And it goes further. The city have a matrix of delegations. So council resolve a complete chapter, a whole policy on delegations, where council, because just about every piece of legislation will speak about an accounting officer can do this or accounting officer can do that. And all of that is then in a council resolution taken to say the following delegations is delegated to this individual. And the chief of police has then two sets of delegations that is delegated to him from council. The first one is that everything in section 64, chapter 12, everything that is mentioned there is then delegated to the chief of police. The delegation for the Firearms Control Act, where the Firearms Control Act speaks about the responsible person for an official government institution, that function is delegated to the chief of police. And every other piece of legislation that assigns a function to a council authority, in that set of delegations, it is then given to the chief of police by council, not by the city manager. And then further to that, there's a generic set of delegations that deals with how normally HOD of a department will deal, the appointment, the practical appointment, promotions and discipline processes. All of that is then also delegated as a separate set of delegation to the chief of police.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's turn then to page 22 of your statement, the sub-chapter you have termed death threats.
During this same period, this is now this May, June, July period, when all of this is reaching like a hot point where this discussion is going on and nothing happens with the disciplinary and nothing happens with IPID. It just, everyone gets more information and it gets worse and worse and worse as we go along. I am suddenly approached by a person from the State Security Agency, and he is stating to me that they, a State Security Agency, have picked up that there are death threats being made against me, where this Brigadier Mkonasi and other officers was discussing in Katlehong area, they were discussing to rent or hire Inkabis, which is a hitman from the KZN area. So they were discussing this, and they already have plotted the concept of it's easy to take me out because I drive in my private capacity. I also have motorcycle and I enjoy motorcycle riding, adventure riding, and it's easy to take me out because I use the motorcycle. So SSA concluded a complete threat assessment against me and with my house, and there were conclusions made at the end of the day where they asked me if I'm kosher with it, if a guard can stay on my premises and I will provide water and electricity to the guard. And I stated, yes, I will do that if it comes down to that. But I also look after my own security and my family's security in a very secure manner. And that they then reported this to the city manager.
Commissioner, may we pause at that point when you start talking about the city manager? So please remember where you were exactly. May we take a short adjournment?
Indeed, Chair.
We'll indicate when we are ready. Let's
You'll
adjourn.
indicate. Okay, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Spies, you recall you were still dealing with your engagement by the State Security Agency regarding potential threats to your life or on question of your safety. And the Chair had interrupted the flow of your narration there. So if you could pick it up from, and if my recollection serves me well, you were dealing with the State Security Agency, what do you call it, investigator, reporting back to you engagements he or she had with the city manager.
Correct, Commissioner. The investigator came back to me and he stated to me that the report was submitted and that there is a definitive threat against me. And he said to me that after he presented to the city manager, and that is that she came back with a nonsensical answer to say, I provide him with a gun, he can look after himself. So I thought that because it's the first time that I really have a threat analysis done on me or anything like that, and I thought, everyone is, maybe they just didn't want to do it. And I actually undertook then to the investigator from the SSA, and I said, no, it's fine. I will make sure that everything they recommended is from my side is actually implemented. And we then, based on that, even to date, we live extremely reclusive. We have improved our security tremendously, but we have stopped visiting anyone. We don't go out after hours at night. We live extremely reclusive because of this actual threat that exists against me and my family that is being made.
And if I may inquire, that was the assessment. Then you didn't give a time or a date. What year was this when the SSA did this assessment?
It was in 2023. It was in that period, May, June, July, when this was like reaching a peak situation in the department itself.
And secondly, did you ever have a conversation with the city manager regarding this matter, you directly?
No, I never had a situation or a discussion with her at all about it.
Having been informed by the SSA investigator, why didn't you have an engagement with the city manager regarding this very concerning matter about your safety?
The investigator said to me that he did propose that the guardhouse and the guards that must be placed, but that he was informed that the city will not pay for this cost at all and I must look after myself. After that, I also had a discussion with Chief Mapie about it and stated, is this genuinely what happened? Because I couldn't believe that my city would take such a stand towards me when I'm just doing my normal work. And he stated, it's true, I must look after myself and I must make sure that my security is everything intact.
Have you ever had another assessment done? Do you know what your security situation is as you sit here today?
As I sit here, we live still extremely reclusive. I haven't had another security assessment done. I have verbally approached the Provincial Police Commissioner to say that I must be reassessed, but there's no formal, that I know of, reassessment done on my security at all, or my family security.
Any other comments you'd like to make on this topic, the death threats?
It's just that for the last weekend, since I started to testify on Friday again, on the last weekend on social media, there's again people that make comments, but it's farcical. It's comments of, look after yourself, we know where you stay and things like that. It's we live very secure at the moment. We reclusive and we don't go out and we try to look after ourselves at the moment.
Chair, and is that the end is that the conclusion of that subchapter? Chair, it's now just going for 3:30, 15. May I request an early stand down and we resume tomorrow at 9:30 with Commissioner Spies back in the box.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Chair.